Hi grade 12s, welcome to my channel. Let us have a look at this question paper and work through it nicely. So this is yet another form of trying to revise comprehensively for the upcoming trial examinations and for others for the finals in November. So guys, instructions can never be overly emphasized. We need to keep all these strange pieces together because they help us to really score maximum marks. So the rounding off here is 2 decimal places, but read all the others and ensure that you adhere to each one of them whenever that is applicable. So question 1. We know we're doing some warm-up here, work from previous grades, usually quadratics in different formats. So we have x squared plus 2x plus 1 equal to 0. We can factorize, but if you're not so sure, do check the discriminant. So we can see that x is just minus 1. There's equal roots here. Alright, so we check by putting minus 1, we've got 1, minus 2, that's minus 1, plus 1, 0. 0 is equal to 0, so we get a mark for factorization as well as that answer. Very nice warm-up right there. Next question, we have x into 5x minus 3 equals 1. Now we have to solve correct to 2 decimal places. So we know that we can either complete the square here or essentially use the quadratic formula. Quadratic formula is fairly straightforward for this question. X is minus b plus or minus the square root of b squared minus 4ac all over 2a. Now we will say minus b is minus 3. So we have minus 3 squared minus 4 into 5 into minus 1 divided by 2 into 5. Some students or teachers emphasize cleaning up what is under the discriminant. I find it to be a waste of time because it doesn't really give a mark at all. Even if it's given, doesn't matter. You should be getting marks either way because the mark is for substitutions, not simplifying that expression under the square root. Okay guys, so getting 0, 8, 4 to 2 decimal places, or x is, so we go back and sort this out. So this gives us minus 0, 2, 4. Okay, something is just in my way here. Let me just get rid of it before it distracts too much. It's making me work with some difficulty. So these pages are just not doing me any favors, making noise. Alright, so again guys, we check our answer if it is true in the original. Please remember, we check these in the original. So we've got 0, 0,84 into 5 times 0.84 minus 3. Now, of course, this is a whole number, so we need to round off to the nearest whole number, which is effectively 1. So that solution holds. Let's change the gears here. We've got minus 0.24 in place of x. Again, the answer is as good as 1. So we get our mark for correct substitutions. And remember, substitutions only get marks once the formula is visible. How many marks here? 4. Writing our work in standard format is the other mark. Okay. 1.1.3. So we have our inequalities there. 2x plus 3 is greater than x squared. Now we need to isolate 0 here. So we're going to have x squared minus 2x minus 3 less than 0. Just rearranged and transposed to the right hand side. We know we can factorize here. So this is x minus 3 plus 1. Now I would like to teach you a little bit on how to use the table. So we take the binomial factors, we put them on the table. Just so that we can have enough practice of different techniques, as the need to use them may arise when you least expect it. So we might as well get you guys in shape for anything that may come. Of course, we're doing the product of those factors. So when we solve there, we get minus 1 and 3. So we list them like that. Now let's see. When will x plus 1 be equal to 0? When x is minus 1. Now what happens when x is between minus 1 and 3? Let's take 0 for convenience and plug it there. We get plus 1. So it means the answer will be positive. This is going to be positive. I mean, for linear factors, if one side is positive, it continues to be. And automatically the other one becomes negative, right? That's how linear expressions work. But we can check and say if it is less than minus 1, let's put minus 2. Minus 2 plus 1 is minus 1. So this gives us a negative answer. We only care about the sign. Again, we ask, when will x minus 3 give us 0? When x is 3. What happens when x is greater than 3? This becomes positive. What happens when x is between minus 1 and 3? If we put 0 there, we get a negative answer. Put minus 1, we get a negative answer. A value less than minus 1, excuse me, gives us a negative 1. Now we're doing the product because this bracket multiplies that. Remember, the sign of this bracket multiplies the sign of the next bracket. So that's what we do. So negative times negative, that's positive. 0 multiplied by any number is 0. Positive times negative is negative. 0 times any number, 0. Positive times positive, that's the one. Now, from our critical values, we do our circles. Are they included? No. There's no equal sign, but it's negative in between. So what do we write? We write x should be less than 3, greater than minus 1. However, x is an element of all real numbers between those two restrictions or in that interval. Alright guys, so this is just to get you to experience something. So this is usually 2 marks. How many marks there? 4. Wow. So we get a mark for this. Now the extra mark is strange. Is strange. Perhaps that or this or the domain here. Usually 3 marks, but at times the examiners can just shower you with some marks. So 1.1.4. We've got square root 7x minus 12 minus x equal to 0. Now we know we need to isolate our square root. So this is 7x minus 12 equals x. Now we do what we do in the next step. So that our work is nice and clean. And we can trace everything we have done easily. So when we square here, we get 7x minus 12 equals x squared. So we write our quadratic in standard format, x squared minus 7x plus 12 equal to 0. Now we can factorize. Let's see what happens. So this is x, this is x. This is going to be minus 4 minus 3. Therefore, x is 3 or x is 4. Now we check our answers. When we put a 3 there, that's 21, right? Now, 21 minus 12 gives us 9. Square root of 9 is 3, right? So this is going to be 3 minus 3, which is 0. 0 is equal to 0, so the solution is good. Then we take 4, put it there, so that's going to be 28 minus 12, that's 16. Square root of 16 is 4. Then 4 minus 4 is 0, so 0 is equal to 0. So those two solutions both work. So whenever we factorize, we get a mark. And of course, the gymnastic gives us another mark. Okay, so nice and easy. Nice and easy. Let's get to the next one. So 1.1.5. We've got 1 over 6 to the exponent 3x plus 2 times 216 to the 3x equals 1 over 216. All right, so what do we see? 216 is a power of base 6, 6 cubed. So literally we can change this into a power of 6 as well. So this is going to be 6 to the 1 times 3x plus 2 times here, we can say this is 6 to the 3 all to the exponent 3x. This is equal to 1 over 6 cubed. Okay, so we move along. Now we sort it out. So this is going to be 6 to the minus 3x minus 2 times 6 to the 9x equals 6 to the minus 3. Right. Exponential rules there at play. Now, same basis, we add exponents. So this is going to be 6. 9 minus 3, that's 6x minus 2 equals minus 3. Oh, so better winner. Right, so again, same basis, we equate the exponents. Right, bit more work here. So 6x is equal to minus 1. Therefore, x is minus 1/6. Right. Again, guys, we need to consult the original expression and check our answer for correctness. It should balance the left hand side and the right hand side. So we have 1/6 all to the exponent 3 into minus 1/6 plus 2 into 2/16 to the exponent 3 into minus 1/6. Okay, let's see if it gives us the right hand side. Yes, it does. We get 1/216. So it means we are correct. No mistakes have occurred. Okay, so that's a mark. How many marks are we scoring here? 4. Alright, okay, alright. You know, guys, I would say this major step using exponential rules is key, but perhaps somewhere else, I'm not too sure, equating the exponents is usually the thing, you know, is usually the thing. So there's lots of areas, folks. There's lots of areas we can give the mark here, we can give it there. It doesn't really matter. There's just usually too many things to consider. But as long as we have done it well, we will score maximum marks. Okay, so let's do 1.2. So simultaneous equations, easy stuff, usually. So this implies that x is equal to 3 minus y, okay? We make this equation 1. And we write the other one as it is given. Okay, so that's what we have. So our next step, we put 1 into 2. Okay, what will we have? Where we see x, we put 3 minus y squared plus 2y squared equals 18. So this implies that we can have 9 minus 6y plus y squared plus 2y squared equals 18. We see a quadratic here, so we're going to have 3y squared minus 6y. Now, minus 18 plus 9 is going to be minus 9 equal to 0. Can divide by 3, we get y squared minus 2y minus 3 equal to 0. We factorize, we get y minus 3 plus 1. Therefore y is minus 1, or y is 3. Therefore x is going to be 3 minus 1, or x is going to be 3 minus 3, which is going to be 4 and 0. Right, so these are the solutions we get. Now we need to check this pair in the original if it balances out. So x is 4, y is minus 1. So 4 minus 1, that's 3. 3 is equal to 3. So this works. We check this pair. And let's see. Now, x is 0, y is 3. So the left-hand side balances the right-hand side. So this is good. So usually, we're just getting 5 marks, okay? Usually this technique or sometimes a 6th mark can be given for writing that expression properly, or at least in a way that helps us solve. 1.3 says, given that root 5 to the exponent x minus the cube root of 2 to the exponent y equals 17, where x and y are elements of natural numbers, we need to determine the value of p, which is equal to x times y. So it means we need to find the values for x and y. Now, if we look at this question, it has x and y, so it's a concept of simultaneous equations, but rather using exponents. Very interesting stuff. So sometimes we come across this, but those of you who watched my grade 11 videos for algebra, you should have done it, because as you could see, sometimes grade 11 work is going to haunt grade 12s. So don't be caught out. Anyway, let's see. So this is square root 5 all to the exponent x minus the cube root of 2 to the exponent y equals 17. Now we're going to use the rules of radicals and exponents. So this square root means this is 5 to the exponent a half all to the exponent x. Cube root means it's 2 to the exponent a third all to the y equals 17. Now let's see. We then multiply the exponents. So we've got 5 to the half x minus 2 to the third of y equals. Now, we can clearly see that at this stage, we will not be able to solve further. So we want to break 17 into a difference of powers of 5 and that of 2. So now 17 is quite big, so we need somewhat a perfect square of a base of 5. Maybe the best is 25. Now let's just say 25 minus 17, it will give us the other one. It's 8, which is it's a pure power of base 2. So these techniques, folks, one has to have some strong logic here, because none of these things will make sense if you don't know. So this is 5 squared minus 2 cubed. Now we can see that we've got a negative, and if all of this is to be equal, it should tell us that 5 to the half x should be 5 squared. And 2 to the third of y should be equal to 2 cubed as well. Otherwise, how are they going to be equal? So this is some critical step here that is the key to all of this. So we know that we can equate exponents once the bases are the same. So therefore, when we divide, we get x is 4, and we get that y is 9. Now, folks, before we move on, we want to check the solutions for correctness right back into the original. So let's see. If we've got here the square root of 5 all to the 4 minus the cube root of 2 all to the 9, what do we get? We get 17. So it means our solutions are good, so we can proceed. Say then. So guys, this habit of checking will always make you win. P equal to x times y implies that P is going to be 4 times 9. Therefore, P is 36. Very nice. That's a nice question. It's a very nice question, and it's certainly a higher grade question. So it is the essence of algebra at this stage. As you can see, we're combining algebraic expressions and some arithmetic here, because those two are blood brothers, if not cousins. Nice. So we have an answer here. We're getting 4 marks. So wow. Solving for x and y, 3 marks already. So I guess, guys, there's so much we have done for just 4 marks. This is silly. This is silly, guys. But anyway, this is the critical step. Everything else seems to be your own problem, according to the examiners. Alright, guys, so this would have been a very nice 27 marks. Great stuff. So let's get to question 2. Question 2. We are given the following geometric series. So once this is volunteered, it makes us not even look any further. 36, 18, 9. So we can see here this is the geometric series. 36 plus 18 plus 9 plus 4, 5, and it continues. We know that R here is going to be a half, right? We don't need a second invitation for this. Okay, this is key, because we were told what this is. And when R is a proper fraction, we know that this is essentially a convergent geometric series. So this means we can do sum to infinity. Right. So that's just the little analysis that we may do there. 2.1.1 says, oh, by the way, this represents the areas of squares in centimeters squared. Okay, and these are the ones drawn below. Now the first question says, does the series converge? Yes. It says justify the answer. It's because we know that R we know that r is equal to a half, which tells us that r is between 1 and -1. And that's the only constraint that gives us a convergent geometric series. So the main issue here, since we mentioned what r is, I think it would be fair to just justify this. You know, this is good. Even if I just wrote the very answer, sometimes you may replace r with a half or a half with r. It's interchangeable. So we get our first 2 marks. 2.1.2. We need the sum to infinity. This is a over 1 minus r. This is 36 divided by 1 minus a half. Therefore, sum to infinity is going to be double 36, which is 72. Very easy substitutions and answer, provided we see the formula and it's correct, okay? Very, 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 very important. So 2.1.3 says which square will have a side length like this. Obviously, we just square this. We know that the area should be 9 over 64. So essentially we want the position of the term. So well, we know that Tn is actually, let's write it nicely, T sub n. Okay, T subscript n is going to be a r to the n minus 1. Now we know that Tn here is going to be 3. We write it as it is given, 3 over 64. 3 over h squared equals 36 into a half to n minus 1. So this becomes 9 over 8. I'm losing my focus here. 9 over 64 equals 36 into a half to the n minus 1. So this implies we divide by 36 throughout. 9 goes 4 times. We then say 4 times 64. It gives us 256. So this is 1 over 256 equals a half to the n minus 1. Now let's shift and fact that 256. It gives us 2 to the 8. So this implies that we've got a half to the 8 equals a half to the n minus 1. Now same basis, we equate the exponents. It means n minus 1 is equal to 8, which implies that n is equal to 9. So we can make a conclusion therefore that square we're going to say square 9 will have a side length of what was this, 3 over 8 centimeters. Okay, you can make a conclusion even there. Okay, nice and easy, guys. Now, the key with this kind of a question is to ensure everything is constructed and followed properly. Otherwise, it hurts because there's no way of proving this somewhat, okay? But you may, if you can, because you can just substitute n here and calculate this. If it gives us this, then we are good. All right. So how many marks is this one? 3 marks. Wow. That's naughty because this is a calculation. Yeah. And we can say the general substitutions. Yeah. We can either mark the final answer or we can mark it here. The rest is your problem. Right. Okay, so we go on to 2.1.4 says calculate the sum of the diagonals of the first 10 squares. Now each square is going to have 2 diagonals, right? Right. Now, what do we know? We know that these are areas, right? So the first one, we know that if we want the side, it's going to be 36 equal to, perhaps let's say the side is x, it's going to be x squared. So this means 6 squared equals x squared. Therefore, x is 6 centimeters. So this means the first square is going to have 6 and 6. And we're looking for the diagonals. And we know that diagonals of a square are equal. And they also bisect each other. So we just need to solve for one. Now we know this is a right-angled triangle. So what do we do? Pythagoras. So we can say here the diagonal here is going to be the square root of 6 squared plus 6 squared. It gives us 6 root 2 centimeters. But now remember, they are 2. So we're going to have to multiply that by 2. This is going to be 12 root 2. Right, so we can say here the sequence, or should we say the series of diagonals is going to be in this manner. It's going to be 12 root 2 plus the next one. It's 18, right? So we've got x squared equals 18. Therefore, x is going to be equal to the square root of 18, which is 3 root 2. Okay? Now, we then understand that we want the diagonal here. So a bit of rough work, guys, is going to be necessary. Again, we're doing the same thing, taking that like that, knowing this is a right-angled triangle. So this is basically 3 root 2. This is 3 root 2. So we've got the square root of 3 root 2 squared plus basically 3 root 2 all squared. So we get 6. Now we're going to have to multiply this by 2. It gives us 12. Okay. The other one, that is 9. So that's 3. So we're going to say 3 squared plus 3 squared. I mean, we're taking the square root of that one. So we get 3 root 2. We then double this. It becomes 6 root 2. Okay. Normally we need 3 terms for this to be the case, because you know what? It hurts sometimes. So we can continue all the way until number 10. But I think it's fair to stop here. Okay, or maybe let's do the 4th one. It's not necessary. Let's leave it at that. You know. Let's leave it at that. Or should we? Let's see, the square root there, 9 over root 2. Square root of 9 over root 2. What do we have? You see, that one is going to harass us. We leave it as it is before it does things to us. Now all we need to do is to find out what series or what sequence is this. Now, most likely it's going to be geometric since the original squares were geometric, but let's find out what would be R here. So we can see that 12 over 12 root 2 is going to give us 1 over root 2. Okay, so the other one, we're going to have 6 root 2 divided by 12. So 6 ones there twice, so we get root 2 over 2. Now when we rationalize this thing, it's going to give us 1 over root 2. Nice and easy. Yeah, that's the one. So basically we can see this is a geometric series where R is 1 over root 2. So at this point, guys, remember, try to use your rough work a bit when this question is this crazy, but also pay attention to the mark allocation to just, so we can say this is a GS such that A is 12 root 2, R is 1 over root 2. Right, and what do we know? N is 10. Easy. So, what do we need? We will say then we know that here the sum, we know S sub n is going to be A into 1 minus R to the n. The reason for this is because our R is smaller than 1. It makes life a lot easier. Right, which implies that S10 is going to be 12 root 2 into 1 minus 1 over root 2 to the 10, all divided by 1 minus 1 over root 2. Okay, so you can say therefore S10 is going to be what we get. So this is 12 root 2 into 1 minus 1 over root 2 to the 10 all divided by 1 minus 1 over root 2. Whew. This gives us 56.13 centimeters. Okay, to 2 decimal places. Remember, when the answer is like this, it compels us to do that. Okay, there was a lot, but we had to do it sideways because to put it into this, it would be quite unnecessarily long. So sometimes utilize rough work, guys, because the most important here is knowing R. This is very important. Very, 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 very important. And also perhaps showing us what the series is going to look like, then substitutions and the answer. Okay, easy for marks there. Okay, that was a nice question, a bit picky. So this is one that you don't rush through, you take your time. Okay, the seventh term of an arithmetic sequence is 4. Okay, so we are told T7 is equal to 4. And the 12th term is 14. Okay, so T12 is 14. Now the question says determine the common difference in the first term of the sequence. Just 3 marks. Wow. Is that so fair? I don't think it is fair, this one. Anyway, let's have a look. We know that 2.2.1, we need the common difference and the first term, okay? So we know that Tn here is basically term 7 is going to be A plus 6D. It's going to be 4, right? That's the 1. That's the 1, which implies that A is going to be equal to 4 minus 6D. Okay, good. This is going to utilize simultaneous equations. Right, and we know that here T12 is going to be A plus 11D is equal to 14. We make that equation 2. We can then put 1 into 2. So we have A, this is 4 minus 6D plus 11D equals 14. This implies that now we have 5D is equal to 10. Right. Therefore D is 2. And therefore A is okay, we can go back to that. It's going to be 4 minus 6 into 2, which is going to be minus 8. Okay, easy stuff. So obviously, guys, it looks like the method, the actual values is what is being marked. How ridiculous. Well, when we apply algebra, we don't really get marks. The marks are on the actual question. All right, not a difficult question otherwise. So 2.2.2, we then have to answer as to which term of the sequence will be additive. Will be the additive inverse of the first term, meaning which one should be plus 8. So we know that Tn is going to be A plus n minus 1 times D. This implies that we're saying additive inverse is going to be positive. So we saw that this is minus 8 plus n minus 1 times 2. This implies that we can transpose this. It's going to be 16 equals 2n minus 2. We will see this implies also that 2n is equal to 18. Therefore, n is going to be 9. We can say, therefore, T9 will be the additive inverse of T1. Right. Please, whatever you do and whatever you say, at the end, answer the question. All right. So this is good. So we're only scoring 2 marks here, substitutions and answer. Whether the conclusion, or whatever we do. Very nice questions after all. Let's look at 2.3. See, they are easy to handle, but not so very obvious as well. This is how students should be examined. Given that we have a sigma of 4p minus 1, again, looking at what is in here, this is linear. This is linear. Okay? And if it is linear, this is an arithmetic series. This is equal to 19995. Okay, determine the value of k. Okay, we're starting from k to 100 terms. So seeing this, we know that this is the arithmetic series such that, of course, we can decide here, we can put k's if we like, but at times, what can we do? Let me think for a second. What I need, I know that literally 4 is the common difference, you see. So knowing these things, guys, is so easy. The gradient on the straight line is actually what would be the common difference between each term. So I know this is an arithmetic series with a equal to 4k minus 1, right? We know that t is going to be equal to 4, right? And the last term is going to be literally 400 minus 1, which is 399, you know. Nice and easy, right? So can you see, guys, just looking at this expression, there's no need to sweat here. There is absolutely no need to sweat. Just listing those is good enough, because we can jump into the question after that. Because why not? Why not? Right, so we can say here we have sigma starting from p equals k to 100 of 4p minus 1. That equally 19,995. Okay, so we know that this is implying that we have an arithmetic series such that a is 4k minus 1, d is 4, and the last term is 399. Okay, guys, make use of your rough work when you can so that your answers are nice and sweet. And sometimes do show the rough work here so that if at all it becomes an issue, everyone can see where exactly you got what you did. Where did you get what you are showing us? So of course, guys, the n is going to be equal to the last one. It's going to be 100 minus k plus 1. Right. So this is going to be 101 minus k. So that's the one. Very important. So what are we going to say now? We know that Sn is basically n over 2 into a plus l. Don't want to complicate our lives here. This implies that 19,995 equals 101 minus k divided by 2 into 4k minus 1 plus 399. Nice and easy. So this is 19,995 equals So we're gonna have a situation now. So we can say this is gonna divide by 2, then multiply the numerators. By the way, this is gonna be 101 minus k into 4k plus 398, isn't it? Yeah, that's the one. So we have 9995 equals. So I can then distribute things here. It's going to be a nasty quadratic. But what can we do? Cannot do anything. So 101 times 4 is basically 404k, right? Plus, it says 398 times 101. So this is 40198 minus 4k squared minus 398k, all divided by 2. Now that fraction is good because we can actually divide by 2 throughout. So let's see, 404 is basically 102. No, 202. Plus this one is the naughty one. This is going to be 20,099 minus 2k squared minus 398 gives us 199k. Okay, looks like we are doing the thing. So now let's write our quadratic in standard format. So this becomes 2k squared. So let's get this one, basically 202 minus 20,099. No, so better one. 202 minus 199 is 3, so we get minus 3k, right? And then we take this dude and transpose to the other side. So we're gonna get 19,995 minus 20,099. So this gives us 104, or not 140. Okay, at the end of the day, it looks nice and dandy. We cannot divide by 2 this time around, so we can factorize. So this should be 2k. Okay. Now let's deal with 104. Let's shift and fact that thing. So we get 2 cubed times 13. And 2 cubed is 8. So this is 8 times 13. And if we look at it, it's gonna work, because if we put 8 here, that's gonna be 16. 16 minus 13 is 3. Yeah. So very nice. Okay. So we know that k should be a whole number, or should we say a natural number. So we know this one is not going to work. So we can say therefore k is never equal to minus 13 over 2. But k should certainly be equal to 8. Maybe let's not even write this one. Is it necessary? I'm looking at the 5 marks though. I'm looking at the 5 marks. All right. Yeah, I think I'm writing the same answer twice. I mean, we can stop it there, because if we're disregarding that, that is the answer. Anyway, this is good, guys. So it's one of those lovely higher grade questions where you have to really think outside the box, apply concept of quadratics, and you know, all the other things that we did. Can you see question 1 is truly a warm-up, because everything comes back. Okay, so first of all, we get a mark whether they or the factorizations. Yay. Usually we get a mark. Essentially substitutions. Yeah. You know, the number of terms. Yeah. And essentially this one, or should you say the entire bracket, because those things inside. Yeah, I think that's how we score the 5 marks, folks. Otherwise, you can have a look at the formal marking guidelines for this question and perhaps see the approaches proposed and how the mark allocation went. For me, if we have done what is correct, it doesn't matter what those marking guidelines say, because at times our approaches may not even be the ones shown there. And don't panic when you see approaches in the marking guidelines being different from the ones you see on the video, and then start to wonder, will I lose marks if I wrote it this way now, since the marking guidelines are saying something else? Look, if the answer is the same, the procedure is correct, you get full marks irrespective. Some techniques may be shorter, and don't panic and think that's not valid. You will get full marks as long as the procedure chosen is proper. But making sure though that you understood the question, if the question can be answered that way, because some students don't pay attention to the line of questioning. Sometimes if a question says calculate, you're just not gonna do that by inspection and give an answer only. You have to show some kind of a calculation, because if there is no calculation, then there's no way you're getting marks. But as you can see, they themselves as examiners don't know what they're asking students. Sometimes I feel like this is them failing to appreciate the significance of certain statements in a question. They just think you just throw it as long as it's gone. No, it doesn't work that way. Statements are directive, so they need to exactly mean what the examiner is looking for, because at times examiners are looking for a special technique or a specific technique, and so the line of questioning should prompt the student in that direction rather than to be open-ended, because you cannot say then students must lose marks over an open-ended question when they solve it however they see fit. Why would you ask an open-ended question then if you don't expect any kind of answering by the student? As long as the answer is correct, guys, full marks will be awarded. Anyway, let's move on to the next question. So we have question 3. It says consider the quadratic number pattern. So we know that we've got a QS here. 3, 12, 33, 66, and it goes on like that. Of course, if this is quadratic, we're going to have a sequence of first differences. Right. So 12 minus 3 is 9. 33 minus 12, is it 15? 33 minus 12. Ditheni na Nkosi yami? Maths yami yatshona phi? Hayi, 21. Yayibona ke lento. Mandivele ndiyeke man. Ingqondo yami igugile mos. My brain is rotten, is rusted. It must be given a break now. Hi guys, ifuna ndiyeke yonke le nyakanyaka yokutitshana nani. Hayi khona. Ayindiniki nix. It's not rewarding me mos. Xa ingqondo yami izawuguga, igugele umoya. Ngeke. Andivumi, akidumeli, kiyarhana. Abaning, my brain must be used for like nothing. Write down the value of the next term of the quadratic number pattern. Okay, sivele sizongeze nje kanje. Xa sivele sizongeze kanje izosinikeza elandelayo. Yafumana. Vele yenze le nto ibe lula. 12 plus 33 plus 66 is 111. This one. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4. So we can say T5 is 111. 2 marks, guys. Can you remember? Ninjani na kanti? Vele nibe nje nina. 3.1.2. 2 marks awenzani phaya. Hayi man. Hey, kaphukisa. Kodwa ke, you may find that there's 1 mark for this and then 1 mark for the entire thing. Okay, I accept. But why? In general, okay, if the general term of the quadratic pattern is this, determine the value of T9 minus T5. This is crazy. Okay, so T9 minus T5 is going to be essentially 6 into 9 squared minus 9 into 9 plus 6 minus, this is going to be 6 into 5 all squared minus 9 into 5 plus 6. Therefore T9 minus T5 is what we will get. Okay, we've got 6 into 9 squared minus 9 into what are guys? Niyaxoka nina man. Ningamaxoki. Yo, hayi aningawo ndimabheda. Okay. Ndima seyifuna ukubheda, ne? Ingxaki 12 simdivide ngo2 to get A, which is 6. Okay. Ndiyaxolisa ke ngokuphapha. Sendivele ndaphapha. Ndayintaka emafini. Papa kakhulu kwadeni. Papa lawe ifan. Ngaba phaphe apha. Sibona qhelwa kakubi thina. I'm getting 300. 33 daro. All right. This one, guys, is just crazy. I don't understand ukuba kwenteka ntoni apha, because yeah, I may be careless. Maybe one is looking, I got a rules up. 2 marks for the answer, or 1 mark for substitutions, and 1 mark for the answer. At this point, 2 marks is good enough, because this is protecting us no matter what we do. Please understand questions. Don't just jump in. The following information of a quadratic pattern is given. Yeah. Tn is like this, T4 is like that, and T3 minus T2 is 8. So determine the values of B. This one is easy too. Again, it's trying to look like a higher grade question. But it's a mild one actually. It's for both higher grade and standard grade. This one, yeah, nabani na angayenza kahle kahle. Yayiva ke ngokulento. Now, sesina 2 equations up. First equation, we know that T4 is going to be equal to 27. This implies that A to 4 squared plus B to 4 plus 1 is equal to 27, which implies that 16A plus 4B plus 1, in fact, masivele nje simsuselo 1 nje sasuka nje. Simsuse simkhabele pha. Dada hlangala endaweni yenywake. Yeah. 126 masluana. See, that one is equation 1 because it's gonna need us to do simultaneous. Is it simultaneous? Or is it simultaneous? Okay, all right. Is it simultaneous? Goodness. Yep, whatever. Now we need the next one. It says now T3 minus T2. So we know that this is the second term of the first differences. So T2 of the first differences is going to be, remember the common difference is 2a. The first one is 3a plus b. So if the common difference is 2a, so this is going to give us 5a plus b. Guys, if you did not watch my videos and understood what I'm doing there, because when you get to these questions, it will harass you. So we can say also, we know that T3 minus T2 equals 8. This implies that 5a plus b is 8. Now we can isolate b. We can say therefore b is going to be 8 minus 5a. Equation 2. Do you see the essence of studying? Those lessons, guys, are not there for decoration of this channel. They are there for you to study and to understand. If you don't understand, it is going to understand you. And when the maths understand you, you will fail it. And when you fail it, do you know what is going to happen to you? You are going to have your morale taken down a notch. And if that happens, you may not survive in this life, because maths may just be the thing that you love so much that if it disappoints you, you ain't gonna have no way of coming back, brother. Hey, cuz. You gotta do your work, cuz. Yeah. Mzala. So bias. So baliqanda. So qhekeka. Man bese siruwe yabo. Tshwanetse re siruwe jwale. Hobane le ha ka se shape sa fatshe mana. I qhetse wentwa. Itihile hampe. Wa bona itihile ntwana. Tshwanetse re be siruwe he. Ska ba liqanda mana. Lehe, ai, le fresh, ha le look. Ban halwe le fatshe mane ya qhetso. Seru has khatsu. Last pay less on. Came with that. Already I had to tell my high man. I none extradition to the snacks. Johana Jana Hagidation to the snacks. Or some bonny gazed into the sushi. Give it our fell and to the Ojan Pan is up here. Obani. Obani, the one fell like to the clayton of Hudson Gamana. The other one give out to us. Okay, Rex Kabwa, follow Banning, but long at a bad 7 to 10. Shall I give a whole at long quatela, empire, nag nata, but I have a motong quate like a baham quate, and I. Craig Get into it. Aye. I try upon a fellow, and I would see it in a command. Got the emotions the Ganagan. Thou soy, or soy more to fell like our bois. Oh, Tatin Tambus Fagam Kalens Panam Tin. Can Yashal. Tis a mugo to quarter, guys. As lessons, there's born by his bouquet, there's born. The intent says I never done in the baffle design, and pork. Because in those questions, again, they send the pendulum, a corner good channel, and then I go say like, into your needs it on the videos good channel. Me tata for granted your uncle. Oh, that's so like it. Anyway, we put 1 into 2. So, if I go 2 into 1, Jimmy, tenses are so release. So if I got number 2, go number 1, and 10 go 10 go. So this is 16a plus 4 into 8 minus 5a. I send Lashumli Lebanon and Dr. Tagakul Nam Yan Pambanisa. 16a plus 32. Is it 32 or is it 32 or is it 32? Whatever. 5 times 4 is 20a. I'm on your bonnet, you want it distracted. 11 botan and kaboitet and go. Oh, Teta Safuti. Columella Safuti, you damn it. Now let's move this one along, please. It's nice and dandy. So 26 minus 32 or 32 for those who love the twang and all. Well, twang or no twang. Damn thing is done. This is going to be 3 over 2, right? Because 2 is the common factor there. So A is like a fraction. Is it a fraction? It's a fraction. Hi, itheni ngathi yandikrokrisa nje, itheni yaphuma ii-fraction nje. Bona xa iza kanje iyandikrokrisa. Kodwa ke ngelinye ixesha kuba nje vele sithi ke ngoku u-B yena uzabe sekelingana no-8 xa usaphula u-5 omanyene no-3 over 2 kumanyano lowa. Okay, okanye u5 ophinda-phinde. Ya ophindwe masiyiphinde. Ukumultiply ukuyiphinda-phinde into ne. So uB wethu kodwa isiXhosa nasinayo uB ngobu ubu ulingana no8. Okay, u8 sisibhozo ndithi ulingana nesibhozo xa ususa isihlanu esiphindwe kantoni ngehalf. Ihalf ke ngoku silibolekile la gama ngoba sinalo elinye ngehalf ezintathu. Yo, hayi ndayithetha imathematics, ndayithetha ixhomak into ndana nisixhosa semaths isixhosa. Iyo umfana wasemzini uyaphapha kwedini. Kufanele bakhe bayijonge le nto amabweni. bakhe bathi ukulungisa kancinci uphaphela away kuphume half phaya phume half. This is the one. Hayi guys, ibe wrong okanye right andiyingeni ke leyo nto mna, kodwa ke sizawukwazi ukuyijonga ndithi sohamba soyiqinisekisa phaa leyo kuqala, sifaka zonke ezanto phaya sithi a wethu ngo-3/2 andithi, bese simfaka ngo-4 osikwerishiwe plus size kwihafu futhi ehamba no-4 ongenanto, bese singeza u-1 siphuma no-27. Ithi loo nto abangani bethu nqa phambili, putting one into the other, these ones are important. Uyayifumana ke ngoku zibaluleke kakhulu. That's the 5 marks guys. Easy stuff, not really difficult as you may think when you see this situation. Just hold back and understand that sequence, because they are going to start asking it differently. If you see my videos, they have a tendency to influence a thought that you may not have in mind. So transform. The usual stuff may not come in the usual way. As you can see, we normally deal with this dude, but now we've had to deal with that one. So we may have to deal with yet another one. So we need to understand how these things work. So guys, there's no excuse for not knowing details of the work that has been done, especially if it has been done for you to really follow it. Because if you don't internalize these things, you're going to always rely on working things out. You will sweat and die. Because remember, time is also not on you. It's not in your quad. Okay guys, let's get to functions. My students love this section. Every time they ask me questions, it's usually on functions. It means they have the love for this one. 4.1. F of x is equal to x squared minus 2x minus 3. G of x is equal to x minus 3. Where x is an element of all real numbers. We know it most. If you don't say anything, that's what it means. We know it is a given. 4.1.1. What are we doing? We need to sketch the graphs of f and g on the same set of axes and clearly indicate the coordinates of the turning points of f of x and the axis of symmetry of f of x. See, there's particular things, guys. Clearly indicate the coordinates of the turning point. The axis of symmetry, it has to be shown. Now we know the x and the y intercepts of both graphs. Can you see? These are the things we need to show. Now, guys, you can go through, some situations, if you will. Nah, I'm not interested. I just draw the graphs. Because in the Bible, for x-intercepts, for y-intercepts, it's Spanish. Do you see when I teach you how to draw these graphs instantly? Not wasting any time. I was not bluffing, because I need you guys to be able to just look at this thing by inspection and sort it out. X and y. We know this is going to be minus 3 plus 1, which is going to be minus 1 and 3. And it's a smiling parabola. So a smiling parabola goes stuff like that. Is there anything else? No, there is nothing else. It's like this indeed. Yabo, qebile. So yazi ba apha minus 1 go 3. Apha y-intercept engo 3 nayo. The axis of symmetry funeka siyibonakalise ke ngoku iqhawula ngqo kula turning point yethu. Ke ngoku yona indlela esizoyibonakalisa ngayo siyibonakalisa ngomgca oqhawuliwe. Ngoba kaloku yona siyibonakalisa ngomgca oqhawukile. a dashed line. That is our axis of symmetry. But now we go to EP. It's the average of these two. So we add these two together. So 3 minus 1, that's 2. 2 divided by 2 is 1. So this one is at 1. Okay. So that is indeed the case, guys. So now, coordinates of the turning point. We can see that there is our turning point. We can show it. Zobang 1 is 2. We put 1 in there. So this is going to be 1 minus 2, which is minus 1. Minus, so it's going to be minus 4. Okay, that makes nice sense. So that part is done for the parabola. So this is F. The second one, we can see the y-intercept is 3. It's common. Excuse me, guys. Now, we know that the x-intercept is going to be at 3, so this is the one. This is G. It's over. It's over. So we get a mark for the shape, showing the x-intercepts, showing the coordinates of the turning point, the shape of the G graph, showing its x-intercept, and showing its y-intercept. Right. Of course, it can be marked however the examiners choose, but these are just the standard things to cover. So 4.1.2. Determine the value or values of x for which f of x is greater than g of x. Okay, so f of x is greater than g of x. So it is in those regions. So those intervals, we can see that the graph of f is above the graph of g for the same x value. Same here. Beyond this side, for each x value, the y value of f is greater than the y value of g. So that's what we say. So we can say, well, x must be less than 0. Remember, that is not included. Or x must be greater than 3. That's easy. 2 marks. Oh, sorry, that was A and B. Now, we've got f of x multiplied by g of x. So meaning the y values of f multiplied by the y values of g should be less than 0 or equal to 0. Okay. So now we need to think about some signs here. The y values here are positive, 0, and then negative. They are positive, 0, and then negative. The y values, they are positive, 0, and then negative all the way. Okay, so now for us to get something less than 0, we need to be multiplying a negative and a positive, right? Right, so we start to see that here. We start to see that when we go in this direction. So, and this is included because this is going to be 0 times any number, which is 0. And If we go in that direction, we get what we want. But elsewhere, between here, we're still gonna get 0, yeah? And in fact, 0 is included. We need to be very careful about the zeros. So, yeah, this one is also gonna give us 0, so we need to also include that one. We need to put that 0 there. So this one is included too. But it doesn't go anywhere. It stops right there. So this is 2 marks. So we see that here x must be less than or equal to -1. Or x must be equal to 3, okay? Because we get 0 there, and everything is working like a bomb. Everything is working like a bomb. Kitty bombo, bombo, bombo. So we're getting a mark for this and that. Right. Okay, so 4.3. Determine the range of h if h of x is this business. Okay. So look at this. F of x is shifted upward by 4 units. Okay? So it means if we can say to our friends and say, okay, siyakubona, sikujongile, sikususa la, sikuzise straight phaya. Yiyo exactly laa nto sizoyenza. But now, we don't just do that. After we have moved f of x 4 units, we are doing a vertical reflection of that function. So we go back and say, okay, siyakuswinga ke mfana. That means I man. Hey, yabona ke zaniphaphela. Hayi wena man. Siniqhela. So it means we're gonna do this. Igqibela seyibanje. Okay. Funa njengase sigcwale yonke le ndawo. So it ends up like this, guys. Okay, what I can do, ndingayenza kanje kuqala yabona ngoba ndifuna ingafani nale nenye. Ndifuna ingafani. So inje lento. Ingumlilo lento. Inamandla lento. Ivalelwe kaphakathi kwami. So this is H, guys. Of course, you don't have to draw it on the sketch, but I just wanted you guys to visualize. I wanted you to visualize because I don't like to waste time. You understand? Yeah, you get it. So you can say the range is going to be equal to a set of y values such that y is less than and equal to 0, where y is an element of real numbers. Okay. Easy, 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 easy. Once you understand what's cooking, we get a mark there, guys. We get a serious mark. We don't need to show the manipulations because once the statement says determine means by whatever means necessary. As long as we understand what we're doing, we are doing it. Of course, some of you would prefer to write y is an element of negative infinity to 0 included, right? So of course the interval notation automatically speaks into elements of real numbers, or somebody may just write y is less than or equal to 0. Again, this inequality speaks to elements of real numbers, because if we don't qualify it, this is what we mean. But if we put a qualification, it means something else, which means you cannot write this thing for other sets without qualifying what you're talking about, and get into the habit of actually qualifying even when you are still safe to not qualify, so that when that safety margin disappears, you move along with it. Okay, remember that. So let's do 4.2. It says the following information of a parabola P sketched below is given. The coordinates of the turning point is 1 and 8. The first derivative of P is minus x plus 1. Okay, that's the gradient expression. Now calculate, the gradient of the tangent at point A. Okay, if we draw a tangent there, the tangents, is it the tangents or the tangent? Yeah, the tangent is doing the tangential things there. So the tangent there is having a gradient of 4. So what is this trying to tell us? We can actually use this business to calculate what is the x value at 4, because at A, we take this and plug it here. It's gonna give us the things now. That's what I think we need. So now it says determine the equation of the parabola in the form. Now there's plenty of ways, because remember we need the turning point and a point, so it will help us to solve coordinates of A. Then we can use the vertex format to work out the rest, or we can even work out what this is going to be. So there's plenty of techniques here. Remember, we've got an axis of symmetry here, which will tell us that we can use this to our advantage. If we're at 1, whatever the value this is, this distance is supposed to be equal to that distance, although it doesn't look like it for now, but yeah, it should. So go kuyalingana nokia ekare ke matswele jwala le ska sheba ntho tse kgolo he kamba le dinahane bana beso le se ke la nahana dintho mona ha di ska bona dintho tse le siko mona bona dintho tse lende wa bona alright. I go copy it. It's an order camera. Alright guys, we've got some options here. I feel like this is gonna let me down, but let's try and see if we can work it out. So we know that at A, it is such that P prime is equal to P prime x must be equal to 4. This implies minus x plus 1. I got a 10 in it and this implies also that basically x is equal to, in fact we can make a conclusion here. We transpose x to the other side and 4 to the other side, we get minus 3. So we can say therefore A is the point minus 3 and 0, because it's the x-intercept. There's no question about it. Now that we have this, what can we say? We know that then P of x is certainly going to be y equals, now we have a, but now what is the value of a? We don't know. So this is going to be a into x minus 1 at the turning point plus 8. We're writing it in the turning point format, and then we put a in there. This is going to tell us 0 is equal to a into minus 3 minus 1 all squared plus 8. This implies that minus 8 is equal to, this is 16a. Therefore, a is going to be minus a half. Okay, we know that this is a grumpy face parabola, so we expected as much. But now I'm losing time and space. So let's just take this guy and move along. So we can say, therefore, y is minus a half into x minus 1 all squared plus 8. Now the question is this correct? Yeah, perfect. Do you want to expand? Of course, you can do whatever you like, but this is good. No one dictated how we should give this, except that we should have y here instead of p of x. Another student may still show it like that y is going to be equal to minus a half of x squared. So this is going to be minus 2x times that is going to be plus x, and minus, no, it's going to be plus. This is going to be a half plus 8. It's 8.5. This is going to be 17 over 2. Well, you can write it like that. I just hope everything is right. Sorry, so this would have been x squared minus 2x plus 1. Right? So this is going to be minus half of x, so this takes away that, becomes plus x, but this one is wrong. So this is going to be minus a half, so it's 8 minus 0.5, so it's 15 over 2 instead. Okay, yeah, I think that's correct. So that's what you can do. That's what you can do, but there's no need to sweat here. It's just 4 marks, guys. This business here and working out this point maybe, and writing in turning point format. This one is more important. This hurts a bit now, but anyway. One can mark it here and perhaps cut it there. It's up to the examiner's choice. If we've done our gymnastics correctly, guys, we score our marks no matter what. So here we can leave this in the turning point format. We can leave it in the standard format. Nobody said anything about those two techniques. So you are fine to do that. Okay, that was an easy 16 marks. This is a grade 11 question. Okay, the part that is grade 12 is this one. This is the grade 12 part, because grade 11s don't know what that is. The rest is grade 12. Okay, maybe it's grade, let's just say it's a grade 12 question. Okay, let's get to question 5. Question 5 says, in the diagram below, the graphs of f, okay, f of x is 2 divided by x plus p plus q, okay? Then g of x is equal to b to the exponent x plus 2. Okay, and a is on G, as we can see on the sketch. Now we will see that if this is positive, our graph should be in the first quadrant and second quadrant, but the axes have shifted because of X and Q, sorry, P and Q. So we see something like this and that. So that's F. No questions about it. And then, what else do we see? We look at this one. We will see that the coefficient of the power is an invisible 1. So this tells us that our A value here is greater than 0, number 1. Number 2, we then look at the graph here that represents G. This is the graph. Now, that's an increasing function which appears above the horizontal asymptote. So, basically, we also know that A is not just greater than 0, but A is also greater than 1. In this case, for this to be increasing. So we expect a value greater than 1. Nice and easy. So we have explored our functions and we are good. So we can see that this graph has been shifted upward 2 units. And we know originally when this is not multiplied by anything bigger than, okay, wait, did I say A? No, A is greater than 0, yes, but B is greater than 1. Okay, I almost ran you guys into a mistake. The base is greater than 1. So, either way, usually this cuts at 1 when there's no vertical shift. So if we add 1, this should be at 3. So this is going to be 0 and 3, saying that our asymptote is at 2. So what do we do now? Yeah. Well, we can see that P here must be plus 2, basically. And Q is just 2 as well, from inspection. Because we see our asymptotes are doing that, and we've got coordinates. So here we don't have to struggle. The only thing that seems unknown is B, which we may have to calculate, okay? Intercepts, that x-intercept, you can work it out. We've got a full equation essentially. So, question says, write down the coordinates of B. Okay, 5.1, we know that B is 0 and 3. Easy one mark. 5.2, write down the range of G. Okay, is the set of y values such that y is greater than 2, where y is an element of real numbers. Right, okay guys, there's plenty of ways in which one can write this. So one may want to write y is an element of 2 is not included, and positive infinity never gets included, and we know that the interval notation automatically is written without qualification for the variable in question belonging to all real numbers. Or somebody may just write y greater than 2. Again, inequalities like this without qualification automatically mean y belongs to a set of real numbers. Remember that. Do not be a faulty and skoro like mathematics student. So again guys, we're just getting 1 mark, strangely. So 5.3 says determine the value of b. Okay, easy. We know that g of x is b to the exponent x plus 2. So we have point A where we have 3 and 29. So this means 29 is going to be b cubed plus 2. This implies that 27 is going to be b cubed. 3 cubed is going to be b cubed. Therefore, b is equal to 3. And we saw that b should be greater than 1. So we accept. So substitutions and the answer. The gymnastics are a means to an end. Determine the coordinates of C, the x-intercept of f. So we need to write f of x is basically 2 divided by x plus 2 plus 2. That needs to come up. Ne? Then we can say here for x intercept, it is such that 0 is equal to 2 over x plus 2 plus 2 minus 2 over 1 equals 2 divided by x plus 2. Now we cross multiply. So this implies that minus 2x minus 4 is equal to 2. This means minus 2x is equal to 6. Therefore, x is minus 3. Therefore, C is the point minus 3 is to 0. Right. So this is easy, guys. Of course, a lot of work for just 2 marks, but hey, what can you do? What can you do? So this substitution step is key, and perhaps this. But remember, we need to see the ordered pair because the question said coordinates. If that is not shown, you lose the last mark, okay? Irrespective of that being correct. Unless you are marked by somebody who doesn't understand how to mark. Eish, challenger yonke into son. Dlali kanjalo. Siyazigudula ezigudulekayo. 5.5. If h of x is equal to g of x minus 2, determine the equation of the inverse. Okay, fine. So we will start here and say g, no, h of x is going to be Now g of x is 3 to the exponent x plus 2, and if we subtract the 2, this is what we end up with. We can say therefore the inverse of h in the form given is such that y is equal to the log of x to the base 3. We just rewrite in the logarithmic form. If you don't know this, please look at the other videos in the channel. So what is important is that guy and this guy. So that's the one, guys. 3 marks. Wow. Looks like we are few. Okay. 5.6. We now have to determine the equation of the axis of symmetry of f, which has a positive gradient. So we know that, well, y is going to be equal to x plus p plus q. I like it when it's minus p, but we're going to write it as it was given. So this implies that y is equal to, we put it as it is. Therefore, y is going to be x plus 4. Of course, any other means necessary can be applied here. So 2 marks, substitution, and the answer. So 5.7. For which value or values of x is f of x multiplied by the gradients of g be greater than, be less than and equal to 0. So we go there. So f, we're talking about y values of f. So the y values of f for this part are positive everywhere, because this is above the x-axis. And up to there it's positive, and then it's 0 here, and then it's negative. Okay, right. Now the gradients of g, we can just draw tangent lines to g. So we'll see that g, if we draw a tangent, it's all positive gradients. So g has positive gradients. It's an increasing function. So now we need the product of the y values to be less than or equal to 0. Right. Right. So the y value here is 0. So 0 multiplied by whatever gradient is going to be 0. So this is good. So this one is included. And then, which direction are we going? This is going to be a positive y value times a positive gradient that's greater than 0. So it's out. We come to the right. It goes nicely because this is going to be positive times negative. Indeed, it goes until here, but this is an asymptote, so it cannot be included. So the solution is here. Right, so that's the first part. Is there anywhere else? No, because in between -2 and 0, but positive gradients, positive y values all the way. Okay, so this means x must be less than -2, but greater than and equal to the value at c. We got -3, didn't we? Yes. So very easy. So we get a mark for those. Okay, 5.8. It says now we need to determine the area of triangle ABC. Okay. All right, so there is the triangle ABC. Right. So what are we going to do here? We know the coordinates of C is -3 and 0. We know those of B, we know those of C. So what can we do? What can we do? So this is a bit of marks. Now this is a scalene triangle, an obtuse angled scalene triangle. It's a bit nasty, it's a bit nasty, it's a bit nasty, it's a bit nasty. So what do we do, guys? Now a little bit of planning. So what I'm thinking, looking at this, if I split my triangle right down here, this part becomes a base. So we've got A, B, C. I will let the y-intercept of this line be D. But now I know x is 0, but I don't know what is y. So this means I need to find out what that y is. Because if I can find out the y value, I can use that as the base. Now if that's the case, it tells me that my height is going to be like this. My height is going to be that for this triangle. Okay? And this other one will also come down here. Right, so if I draw a perpendicular height here, that's going to be the one. So this means the x coordinate here gives me the height. And the x coordinate there essentially gives me the height. So my biggest task here is to work out the y value at D. Because we will start to see that they have the same base, essentially they have the same height. So those triangles have the same area, although they look different. So again, guys, these are questions you cannot answer without thinking a little bit. Because without thinking, you are going to die. Cannot overly emphasize that. So this is one of those crazy higher grade questions where the student needs to tell us if they really know how to work things out. Okay, I will say let D, which 0 is to y, be the y-intercept of AC such that, okay, I need to work out that y-intercept. I've got 2 points, I can do it. But now I want to move fast, guys. So sometimes I can believe kwenzeni izinto ezikhawulezile xa nisonqena ukwenza into ende. But of course, I may need to walk you guys through the steps and all, but I'll just do it at once. I'll just say such that y minus y at, I'm going to choose at C, is equal to y at A minus y at C over x at A minus x at C into x minus x at C. This is the linear equation, but I just want to do everything at once, as this thing of splitting is going to waste our time. This implies that y minus 0 is equal to y at A, it's 29, minus y at C, that's 0, divided by 3 minus 3 minus minus 3 into x minus minus 3, that's x plus 3. Right, so this implies that y is equal to 29 over 6 into x plus 3. Therefore, y is equal to, now 29 over 6 is what? Is 29 over 6 cannot be done anything to, 3 doesn't go to 29, so it stays like that. Okay, so we'll have 29 over 6 x plus, now we times that by 3, it gives us 29 over 2. And remember, we were interested in this. So we can say, therefore, point D is 0 is to 29 over 2. That's what we needed. All right, okay, all right. So what do we do now? Well, we just go for the business of the day. Yeah, is a we got a cases or can say then area of triangle ABC is going to be equal to area of triangle basically CBCD plus area of triangle ABD. Ne? Yeah, which we're going to say this is 1 over 2. The base is basically DB. Now DB is just the difference of the y values, so this is going to be 29 over 2 minus 3. The perpendicular height, so BCD, the perpendicular height is the absolute value of that, but I mean we can show the calculation that is going to be the difference of the x's there, so it's going to be x 0 plus 3 basically, and then plus half, the base is the same, 29 over 2 minus 3, the height is just going to be 3 minus 0, so we can say which is going to be equal to, alright, so this is 0,5 into 29 over 2 minus 3 times 3, okay? And all of this we multiply by 2 basically, because this is repeating the same thing. So I'm getting 69 over 2. Of course, since this is the area, we can show it in decimal at least. So this is 34,5 square units. All right, okay, all right. So this is the one, guys. So there, you see, with these questions, a strategy is key. You always need a strategy to work this out. As you can see, perhaps my strategy is a lot. It doesn't matter. It's all about what you can handle. Sometimes small marks are given not because the question is less intense, but purely because the question can overwhelm a student. So the examiners feel like, let's put less marks so that if they can't keep up, at least you don't get to lose too much. But if you got to that question confidently, it means you really deserve some break, if at all possible. Okay, let's try to mark this thing. So what are we going to do? Of course, the answer is certainly a mark, provided we see the square units. If this is missing, you lose that last mark. Essentially, guys, this thing, I don't know, hey, bafethu. It looks like this is what this is all about, né? Because this and that are significant. The rest was your own problem. Oh, that's cruelty at its best, I guess. That should have been 5 marks at least to get this equation. 4 marks is too little for this question. There's so many things that we did here. Getting that equation was key, right? And if you think about it, calculating this gradient was also key. Perhaps the rest is anybody's guess. So at best, this should have been 6 marks. But again, maybe my approach is too long. Maybe it was uncalled for because, at some point, whatever you do, guys, may be long, may be short. If the question says determine, you are at liberty to approach it however you see it. Of course, if this was the main approach and the only approach, this should have been thought of for 6 marks. But because we chose our own path, the examiners are like, okay, you do so at your parish. But you can see the significant areas was to find the coordinates of D, mainly the y-intercept, and to then do those 2 areas since we split our triangle into 2 so that we can work it out nicely. Alright guys, so that was nice after all. A nice 17 marks here. Of course, do think of other ways in which you can solve this problem to expand your gymnastics and your ability to deal with these kinds of questions, because this may not be too obvious to some students, but having different ways to deal with this can be very nice. But yeah, sometimes it can be an overwhelming situation. It can be quite, it's gonna be boring if we, let's just leave it, guys. You know what, sometimes get a convincing answer. Why do you want to sit back? Question 6. So we're told Sia invested 500,000 rands for 5 years at an interest rate offers 6.5% per annum compounded monthly. Okay, easy. 6.1. We've got 6.1.1. We need to calculate the effective interest rate of the investment, correct to 4 decimal places. Hey, konjithini la formula? 1 plus effective interest is going to be equal to the nominal interest, right? It's 1 plus I to the n. Is that so? Hey, imancinci athi ndiyijonge ndiyilibele, guys. Yabona ndizithanda izinto ezinemali phakathi. Khawuthi ndifune i-question paper nale nto ndandikade ziphi. Vela ndikubone. Vela, vela, vela. Vela sikubone. Vela, vela, vela. Vela sikubone. Thina singonyama. Vela, vela, vela. Vela sikubone. Hey! Yini ngole ndicula. Fela sikubone. Fela, fela, fela. Fela sikubone. Thina singonyama. Ayibo, iphi-financial maths ngoku hayi guys. Le nto ifuna undimoshela ixesha ngoku. Tyhini nabafontsini. Awuthi siyibone iphi into eno-effective interest. Phela wena ufuna undiphambanisa. Nominal and effective interest. Yeah. I think siyisummarize kakuhle yabo. Ndicinga njalo. Ke nahana jwalo siyisummarize nice and dandy. Now let's try and put it to use then. Let's put it to use. So this implies that we've got 1 plus effective interest. Is it interest? So this is 1 plus we're gonna take that and divide it by 100. So 6,5 divided by 20. This is going to be 0,065 all divided by. So this is monthly. So this is 12 into so into 12, right? Because this is happening monthly. Ndicinga njalo andiqinisekanga. Yabona these questions ziyandiphambanisa guys, because like why is funa unharassa vena? Why are they harassing me? Kodwa ke, the only thing I know, if I forgot something, we should get something close to this. But the effective interest is slightly bigger usually. Am I wrong? Am I right? I don't remember now. Kodwa idla ngoba a little bit more. Okay. It's usually a bit more. As you see, if we get something more, but not so far, we know we've done it well. So this implies that our effective interest is going to be this 1 plus 0,065 over 12, all to the exponent 12 minus 1. Therefore, of course, this one must be multiplied by 100, right? I went a maintain one we multiply this by 100% most. So we can say therefore our effective interest. By the way, this is I effective. Yo. So this is that 1 plus 0,065 over 12. Don't worry about the number of years for this part. It doesn't count. Minus 1 into 100. So ndifuna uyenza nje once and for all. So this gives us 6,9, 6,697.2%. Because we were told 4 decimal places. Okay, so we had 6.5. This is slightly bigger, so yeah, I will accept this answer. But guys, do double check. You know, sometimes I forget things because I don't do this so often. So yeah, it usually can be a I almost said something I would rather I don't. Okay, so this is good, guys. The general substitutions, this business over there, and the final answer. If we've got it right, of course. It's possible to mess it up. So 6.1.2 says, hence or otherwise calculate how much money he will get at the end of the 5 years. So this is basically a very easy stuff, no? So we know that P is basically A, I can go A equals P into 1 plus I to the N. So this implies that A is basically 500,000 into 1 plus 1 plus 0,065 over 12. Now the exponent is going to be 12 times 5, which is 60. Right? Maybe let me show it for those who don't get it. So this would have been 12 times the 5 years, remember? So therefore A is going to be the answer. So 500,000 into 1 plus 0,065 divided by 12 all to the exponent 60 is 6. Remember, this is money, so we must write the units properly. 691,408 squatter and 66 cents. Remember, money has only 2 decimal places. We can't have more unless the question crazily requires that. Right. Okay, guys, here it's all about substitutions, but mainly the period, I think, is what is more important, and the answer. Easy. Okay, guys, we're going to discuss financial maths in the lessons, which we should start, okay, very soon. Perhaps tonight. I'm gonna see if I find time. I'll tell you guys on the group, because this video is definitely gonna be ahead of, by the time it premieres in the channel. We may have had a talk already, but I'll let you know, because we need to start working on financial maths. I see a lot of students dropping marks when they get to financial maths, especially those big marks on the big questions there. It's never really that bad. You just have to be comfortable with sequences and series, mainly geometric, and of course some arithmetic series there. When you're calculating the period, it's always something related to that. So we need to be comfortable with those concepts, and then of course the rest is just gymnastics, exponential equations, because that's an exponential equation we're dealing with here. So we need to work different examples so that you can understand all the aspects, because I'm seeing questions coming in a nasty manner where it really tests your patience, and you find that after working so hard and feeling like you understand financial maths, and they start asking questions that just twist your head. And it's such a short section, so it's narrowly examined, but there's quite a lot of things to think about. So yeah, we need to work on financial maths and probability, because guys, if we can do those, paper 1 is going to be a breeze for you. Then we go to paper 2. We just need to stick with the major topics. Statistics is not really a big deal. We can discuss it. So maths, guys, can be just your strong point. And if it is, when you do physics, it's going to be even easier, because you will not struggle to place this anyway. Alright, guys, 6.2 says, a sports car purchased at 800,000 rands. After how many years, we want the period, will the value of the car be, this is depreciation, the annual rate of depreciation is this per annum on the reducing balance method. Okay, easy. So we know that A is going to be P into 1 plus, sorry, this time it's going to be minus I to the N. So A is 800,000, so log, that's what it depreciated it depreciated to 250 squadders is equal to 8. I'm 800 scored. I'm feeling distracted, but also hungry. 1 minus. I hear that was 20. Yo, itheni ya depreciate kakhulu ngo 20,75 heban. 20,75. iya depreciate ayidlali le. Hayi babali depreciate haholo jwale. Ka baka la hore o so e rekile akere. Jwale ke mathata a hao he ntate. Yes, ke mathata a hao. Now guys, this one I call monthly, it's yearly, so we're gonna leave it like this, the way it is. We want the period. So this is just as good as that. Now we divide by 800,000, so 250,000 divided by 800,000. This gives us 5/16 is equal to essentially 1 minus 0,2075 to the n. Now we introduce logs, so we know that log of 5/16 is going to be equal to the log 1 minus 0,2075 to the n. Now we want n, so this implies that n is going to be equal to the log. Now this is going to be the log of that number, which is 5/16. The base is going to be that 1 minus 0,2075. Very basic calculation here. So therefore n is this. So we've got log 1 minus 0,2075 sivale lazozo. So this is bani payana 5/16. So here we just do it. It gives us exactly 5. 5,00. So this is exactly 5. So we can say therefore it will take 5 years to depreciate. Depreciation to depreciate from 800,000 rands to 250. Got us there. Okay, please try to answer in full. Ungabi telegraphic yaqonda. Acibona amabhongo man for lento yenzayo. Ucacibona amabhongo. Right. This one is not bad also. It's nice, it's dandy. So how many marks there? 3, yeah. Substitution, essentially. Perhaps the technique here, we introduced logs in the answer, whether we give it there, but as long as we've got an answer. How many years? It's an English question, so I feel like an English answer, must be given, yeah, okay, let's get to 6.3. So now this one can hurt a bit. Usually the last question on financial maths is usually the hurtful one, which we can say it gravitates to the higher order level. All right, so now we are given a long, lengthy story which is going to need us to sift us through the mud for the gold and take it only. A school is planning to build a mini school hall, okay? The cost is calculated to be, now this is key, is 2 gorillas in 10 years period. Okay, on the 1st of January 2025, so this is the starting point. An initial deposit of, again, there's the money, is made into the school hall project savings account. Again, savings account, future value. Interest is earned at, again, interest, interessante there, is doing the things that are interesting, right? 6.1 compounded per annum monthly. So it's very nice to know how much. And for the first 5 years, do you see this one? So a lot, but beautiful things. On 1st January 2030, that was now 5 years later. Another amount, okay, this is another period, another amount which we don't know, okay, is deposited into the savings account. Now the interest rate for the last 5 years is upgraded to that one. This time is compounded quarterly. Can you see, guys? First 5 years, interest was compounded monthly. Second stint there of 5 years, it is now quarterly. Now determine the amount that was deposited into the savings account on the 1st of January 2030, i.e. calculate the value of X. Okay, yeah, they're making it too easy. In fact, they should not even have said this X. I would just say another unknown amount. Let the student call that X by themselves, because this is a higher grade question. They need to show us their critical appraisal of the situation and their mathematical skills also. All right, folks, so we've got a situation, and of course, without a timeline, this one heads 100%. But a timeline will help us to know exactly what we are dealing with and how to deal with it effectively. Right. So we know that at this time, we just got two areas to worry about here. So this is T, remember, this is a T0. This is when we are depositing. So we just dropped this 800. No. 650,197 rands. Okay, so that was T0. So it's gonna go monthly. So T2 here, sorry, T1 is the first month, so it stays accumulating interest, and then T2, and this goes on until T5. No, not T5. 5 years is 60 months. So that would be T16, eh? Yeah, man. Indeed, 12 times 5, yeah, so it's gonna be 60 because it's monthly. And then after this whole shenanigan will just go on until this one goes on until okay. And we were told that the interest here there was 6 1% per annum compounded monthly. Okay, sibambile. Now at T60 we dumped another amount, right? We dumped another amount right here. Right here we introduced this X because that is exactly a year later, which is 60 months, sorry, 5 years later, right? On the 1st of January, because if we put this on January 2025, the 1st of January 2030 is going to be T60 for our little thingies. Now it starts accumulating for the first quarter, but now this one is in quarters. We need to be careful. So this is term 1 in terms of quarters, term 2 in terms of quarters, and what would be that one? There's 4 quarters in a year, so that should be term 4. Okay, nothing changes, but only the interest rate here has changed. This one has gone up for 7.47 per annum quarterly. Okay, but we didn't put any extra amount, so there's an overlap of things here. Only overlapping going on. Okay, so we're going to plan it nicely. Remember, this amount we didn't draw, so it's gonna still accumulate interest. After we have made this money, it accumulates interest as well as this one, interest for the same period. So what we know is that A is going to be the future value here, which is going to be, the future value is what is X into 1 plus I. What it is 1 plus plus 1. Is it minus 1 or plus 1? This one to the exponent n minus 1 divided by I. Up. Now after all of this has happened, it's going to accumulate interest, which is 1 plus I, this time to the n as well, however many those n's are. And then to this we're going to add X. This is just going to be simple compound interest. We don't need a future value. Perhaps we could use the future value here as well. X into 1 plus I to the n minus 1 divided by, future value is key here, divided by I. I'll just jonge le formula kuqala uba yiyo. Ingathi ndiziva ndingaqinisekanga. Yes, is the one. Is the one. Personally, I don't need it actually. Just wasting time there. Because we did not put some little deposits here. Actually, I feel like the very first one too doesn't really need to be calculated that way, is it? Because we don't have multiple injections there. Yeah, man. It's not like this. This is just pure. As long as we did not keep on putting, we didn't keep on putting. So this is gonna be P basically into 1 plus I to the n which we are going to compound further. And just gonna add again p to 1 plus I, yeah, where these two brackets are the same basically. All right, so this is fine. So we are not really here yet. So this is grade 11 basically. So it's a grade 11 question essentially. I thought it was all on the annuities, but nope, it's not. Okay, let's see what is going on here. We are supposed to raise 2 gorillas, right? 2 gorillas. So A should be 2 million, which is going to be P, which is 650,197 rands, into 1 plus the interest here, we divide by 100. So 6,1 divided by 100 is going to be 0,061 divided by 12. We're doing it monthly, into 60. Right, it's going to have 60 terms. Is it 60 terms or 61 terms? Think about it, think about it, think about it. Well, we're gonna say, how long does this take? One, let's see, if it means there's a 10 plus it is a5, so T0, T1, T2, then must be sitting with T3, must isn't this Bemfuchan. So this is 1 term, 2, 3. So it's gonna be exactly 3 terms, so yeah. So xa ungatulibele yenze ibe mfutshane and study it so that you don't mess up, okay? Then this is going to gain interest for yet another period, which is going to be 7,47 divided by 100. So this is going to be 0,0747 divided by 4. Right, this is quarterly. Now, then that up. There's how many quarters in a year? 4. So this is going to be 4 times 5, which is 20. So this should be T20. Yeah? Should be T20, but then I border. So this is going to be 20 plus this X amount, which we don't know, which is going to do the same, 0,0747. Yo. Okay, let's do something before we run into a bit of an issue there. So this is going to be X into 1 plus 0,0747 over 4 times 20. Okay, I'm sorry guys, something is not doing the way I want it. Okay, let's squash things a bit. Canvas is running short. All right, okay, all right. We can already see what we need to do, guys. We can say here, we understand that X is going to be 2 million, right? Right, minus 650,197 into 1 plus 0,061 over 12 to the 60 into 1 plus 0,0747 over 4 to the 20 all divided by 1 plus 0,0747 divided by 4 to the 20. That's what we have. So therefore x is going to be the amount. Okay, quite a nasty little situation there. But we're going to handle it just right. We need to just stay awake here so that we don't mess it up. We do it in style. My calculator is starting to scream, but hey, I will trust what it's giving me. So it seems like we put 500 scored, and that's reasonable. And 3 cents. Money is for 2 decimal places, folks, but again, general instructions have covered us by the blood of Jesus, because if it says 3, then we can go. But we normally don't get such an instruction anyway. You can say at least, or it can say exactly. But remember, local instructions like this one here, they take precedence over the general. That's why we kind of, did what we did. Okay, guys, this is a grade 11 financial math. I guess the examiners here are trying to wake you up to the fact that it's coming in term 3 and perhaps it's going to have more detail. I was already thinking ahead, but I can clearly see that it's just added from grade 11 because it comes, guys. Yes, there is a figure. So if we've done everything well, we should be happy. Now, what are we doing? We're going to get a mark for this, of course, if it is all good. We're going to get a mark for this and that and that as a whole and this. Okay? Yeah, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Where is the 6th mark? Kengoku. This one, the 20. Abese kevala yonke le ndawo 20 naphaya into enye. I guess that is the one, guys. That is the one. So it's not quite a lot, but yeah. Or we can say technically general substitutions, to avoid marking too many things. So this is for the general substitutions, because knowing that 2 million as well is key. So we have our 6 marks and we have our total of 14. Easy marks. Of course, the last one is a bit labor intensive, but it's not complicated. All right. Good. Okay, so we move to calculus, differential calculus. So, easy stuff. 7.1, we need the first derivative from first principles. We know that from power rule here, f prime x is going to be 2x plus 1. We know it. But now we're going to follow the first principle. This is the limit as h tends to 0 of f of x plus h minus f of x over h. This implies that we've got the limit as h tends to 0, we substitute. So where we see x, we put x plus h for the first instance, plus x plus h, and then we subtract f of x as it is. This is all divided by h. This means we have the limit as h tends to 0. We expand the brackets, so we end up with x squared plus 2xh plus h squared plus x plus h minus x squared minus x all over h. So things start happening. So we end up with the limit as h tends to 0 of 2xh, and then we've got plus h squared, or perhaps we can list them in their ascending order of their powers, these ones, all divided by h. Okay, now we factorize. This is the limit as h tends to 0. Now we just take h out, we get 2x plus h plus 1, all divided by h. So those divide to 1. We know that f prime, not f, f prime x is the limit, don't rush, 2x plus h plus 1, which implies that f prime x is going to be 2x plus 0 plus 1. Therefore, f prime of x is 2x plus 1, as expected. Alright, very easy stuff, guys. Substitutions is a mark, right? To get this guy is a mark, yes. Factorizations, dropping the limit, and substituting and getting the answer, usually an easy 5 marks to score. Now we have 7.2 with 7.2.1. We need to find the first derivative of that function. So this is easy. F prime x, okay, maybe let's first write the expression as given. Is 3x to the exponent 4 minus a half of x to the minus 2. The first derivative here is going to be 12x cubed plus x to the minus 3. That's it. We're using the power rule here. So we get a mark for each of the two derivatives. So 7.2.2, we need to take the derivative of that expression. Of course, it needs sorting. So dx of x plus 4 divided by the square root of x. This implies that we're taking the derivative, of x plus 4 divided by, we change this to exponential form, so this is going to be x to the exponent a half. Now, one more step, we need to take it to the numerator. We're taking the derivative of this expression. In fact, we can make it a small bracket now, or we can leave it with a big bracket. Now, this is going to be basically x divided by x to the, the first one is going to be x times x to the minus a half, right? So what do we get here? We get x, 1 minus a half is a half. So this is what we get. So we're going to have x to the half plus 4 times x to the minus a half. Okay, can say which then is equal to, maybe we can do it here. It's nice. After this, we do what we do best. So this is going to be a half of x to the minus a half minus 2x to the minus 3 over 2. Right? Am I right? It is right. We are good. Alright, so I hope everything went well, guys. So yeah, sometimes mistakes can creep in if one lapses in terms of judgment here, but that's what we do. So sorting up this expression was key because these are important and these are important. So that's how we score those 4 marks, summing up those 11 easy marks. I can tell you guys for free, differential calculus is the easiest section of paper 1. In fact, calculus is easy. As long as your algebra is good and the knowledge of all the topics is excellent, there's nothing to lose there. Okay, let's do question 8 quickly. Question 8. We are given the graph of f of x equals 2x cubed. So we see that our a is positive and so the shape. Right, 3x squared plus cx plus 37. We know that this one is 37 here. Is sketched below. B with 1 and 0 is an x-intercept of f. Okay, that's good. Now the questions that follow are to be answered. Easy. 8.1 is asking what is the value of OA. Knowing the y-intercept, we know that OA is equal to 37 units. Right, easy. 8.2 says show. Now we need to do some work. That the value of c is this. So we know that, well, f of x is equal to 2x cubed minus 3x squared plus cx plus 37, with b, or we can choose c, but the problem with c, if we use c, in fact if we use a is a no-no. Why? Because x is 0 there, so it will kill the x term, so we can't have that. So we need b. So 0 is equal to 2 into 1 cubed minus 3 into 1 squared plus c into 1 plus 37. This implies that 0 is 2 minus 3 plus c plus 37. Therefore, c is minus 36, right? Because this is minus 1. Minus 1 plus 37 is 36 transpose. Indeed. So we needed to show, so substituting the point into the equation is good. And the answer, although we were given, but we had to show, so that's not bad. This could still be 1 mark, but if it says show, there's no cutting the corners, okay? If you do, you lose marks even for the correct answer. Determine the coordinates of P and Q, which is the turning points, okay? So we know that f of x is 2x cubed minus 3x squared minus 36x plus 37. Right. Now we know that at P and Q, it is such that f prime of x is equal to 0, which implies that 6x squared minus 6x minus 36 is equal to 0. We divide by 6, we get x squared minus x minus 6 equal to 0. We factorize. So this is x minus 3 plus 2. Therefore, x is minus 2 or x is 3. So obviously this is the turning point with 3. That would be the one with minus 2. Okay, siyawina. So this is city go then. Okay, we can say therefore f of minus 2 is going to be, and f of 3 is going to be, let's see, we put these into the equation quickly. So we've got 2 into minus 2 cubed minus 3 into minus 2 squared minus 36 into minus 2 plus 37. So we go to the original. It gives us 81. Okay, it makes sense. It's a maximum. And then we do the same here. We substitute 3 now. Eban, why is it by Zango? So I'm getting minus 44 again. It's a minimum, so that's good. So you can say therefore P is the point minus 2 is to 81. And Q is the point 3 is to minus 44. Great stuff. So again, guys, this is now a pure grade 12 question. So no grade 11s here, please. But for the other questions, you feature, guys, for some questions within a question, and you don't feature for others. Okay, so what do we do here? We get a mark for equating this to 0 and doing the actual differentiation. And then we get a mark for the x-intercepts and the y-intercepts. The y coordinates, sorry. Provided we will show that ordered pair. Okay. If we don't, we lose the 1 mark. Okay, please guys, don't allow yourselves to be punished for not doing the work. If the question says the coordinates, we need both ordered pairs. don't show us 1, because it means you are not adhering to instructions. Calculations are merely the way of getting there, so it's not exactly there if we don't present a full answer. Do not get caught. For which values of x is the first derivative greater than and equal to 0? We know that the first derivative function, if we can overlay it here, it's going to do stuff like so. It's going to do stuff like this. Okay, maybe must get it to be modifier. Siyibone kuba xa siyimodifye kanje ayizofitha na, ayikakafit. Siyitsale futhi. Ya, yavele yafitha kamnandi nje. Yangongqa phambili, maske siyiphinde. Okay, izasimosha. Bendingafuni kodwa beniphaphele. Oya kancinci. Hayi ke ngokuthini. Wasikwabuya la way ngoku. Sobuya la way kaloku. Ya, ibuye la way. Funa ukuphambanisa. Okay, if we can overlay our first derivative function, that's the one. It looks like that because those x coordinates of the turning points become the x-intercepts. And we see that if this is a positive value for a, then it means the parabola also, the coefficient of the highest power, which is x squared, is going to be positive. And we end up with stuff like this. Okay, so we know that this happens there and there. Right. So what does this tell us? It tells us that our solutions, we're saying what? Greater than and equal to 0. So this is included and we go in this direction. And that there is included and we go in that direction. Okay, so that's easy. So once you know this, it's not so difficult. So x must be less than or equal to minus 2, or x must be greater than or equal to 3. So very easy, 2 marks there. 8.5 says, for which values of k will g of x is equal to f of x plus k have only one real root? Okay. Now, what is g in essence? G is f of x shifted k units vertically. So it means we can shift this graph up or down. Now let's consider when this graph is shifted up. So let's see what happens. All right, so this is the graph. So what are we going to do? If we shift it up, this will have 2 roots. If we shift it more than that, that's what we're gonna have. Okay, we copy this and paste it again and say this is here again. If we shift it down, we can shift it down these units, and if we just shift it a bit further down, or perhaps let's just put it on the limits. Say the limits are here, but if we do it just past this, this is what we end up with. So the critical distances here is this distance down and that distance up. So we must make it more than those distances, up or down. So we can say safely here K must be less than okay, wait a minute. When we're shifting it down, K must be negative, right? So the trick here is that to come up with these inequalities can be a nightmare. For this situation, it means K must be negative, right? So we know that minus K must be less than, basically, Am I right? No, I think I'm wrong. K here should be a negative, so K must be less than, how many units was that? We got 81, so it must be less than minus 81. Okay, so that's how this works. Yeah. Or another one could think of it this way, that K must be negative, so you can say minus K must be greater than 81, meaning it should be more than that. Then when you solve for K, it goes back. So the trick is just knowing how to sort these. Or we can have K going up. So if K is going up, what is this distance? Is 44 units. So this was 81 units. This is 44 units. Right. So we can say, well, K could be less than minus 81. Or K should be greater than 44. Right. That's exactly how this one works. Okay guys, so I hope this is clear. It's all about vertically shifting F for this one. Alright. Otherwise, kuvele bese kuyamosheka. Kuvele bese kuyamosheka. So there's other means guys to this. The other means to this, no, let's not complicate it. This is good enough. It solves the problem. Let's not sweat. 8.6. It says determine whether F is concave up or concave down at the x-intercept. Okay. So, well, for concavity, we just need to find the axis of symmetry, right? But now the axis of symmetry, not axis of symmetry, by the way, the point of inflection. So the x-coordinate at the point of inflection. So we want to find out, it will be the average of these two values, this 3 here and this 2. So, well, we can say the x-coordinate of the point of inflection is going to be equal to the average of these two values. So it's going to be 3 minus 2 divided by 2. Which is going to be equal to a half. Right. So a half is below this point, somewhere there. Okay, so we've got our half, and we can see that this is past the point of inflection, literally. Well, it would fall there. So this graph is concave up. okay? This is concave up. Whereas below this, it would be concave down. Right. So once we know this, the x of point of inflection, we can say therefore the graph is concave. So f is concave up at B. Okay, so this is it. Because there we are beyond the axis of symmetry there, the point of inflection. Okay, so this is easy, guys. But sometimes you may be punished for this. What is that? What is that? So what I would suggest we do here is to say it. We say the x value at point of inflection is such that, perhaps we can say more, okay, even here is such that x is equal to, we may not even need the boy, but let's leave the boy alone. Leave the boy. Okay, so yeah, I like to make sure everything is smooth, guys. There's nothing that beats being comprehensive and clear to show that you really are good enough, okay? You must show that you're good enough. So we say this is concave up, true. And knowing that we're going to do this average substitutions and answer there is also good. So this sums up the 14 marks of this question. Okay, very nice and easy stuff here. So optimization. Always comes, okay? Now it says an open box, open, okay, with a square base is to be made out of a given quantity of pre-cut cardboard. Now that should be an area, right? Yeah, that should be the area. Now the total surface area of the outside of the box is this one. And technically that's the quantity, because the outside is just as good as what we have. Okay, so yeah, so this is open here. That's open, so meaning that top part is free. Okay, if this is a square, this is x, this will also be x. Okay, so that's good. We should know that. So it says determine the value of x for which the volume of the box will be a maximum, and hence the volume of the box. Okay, not a problem, not a problem, not a problem. Very interesting, is it not? It is interesting. Now I'm thinking, but I'm thinking out loud. Okay, so there's a few things we need to do here. We need to find the equation for the volume. But before we can do that, we still need to find the value of h in terms of x. Okay? Once we can show h in terms of x, we are in a good position. But we know that this area is equal to that area, equal to that area. And then we will have the square base area. That would be the one. So let's start with the surface area so that we can showcase h in terms of whatever. Then this becomes easy peasy lemon squeezy. I had that one. So you can say area of material is equal to 300. This implies that we're going to say this plus that plus that. Oh yeah, plus that one as well. I forgot the outside. So there's 4 of the same areas. So it's going to be 4 into basically x times h. To that, we're going to add x squared because the base is going to be x times x, which is equal to 300. Ne? So we can do the things that basically 4xh is equal to 300 minus x squared. Then we divide by 4x. Therefore, h is going to be basically, does 300 divide 4? Yeah, it does. So this is going to be 75 over x minus a quarter of x squared, or perhaps we can just say x squared over 4. Ne, that's the one. We needed that, so the area helps us to do that. So we can say here also the volume of box is going to be equal to the area of the base, which is basically x squared, times the height, right? Which is h. So this is going to be 75 over x minus x squared over 4. This is going to be, we FOIL this out, it's going to be basically 75x minus x cubed over 4. Okay, that's the volume equation. And now you can say volume in terms of x, therefore v. Maybe let's introduce it so that we can say it. Okay, so we are ready, guys, to finish up. So what do we know now? For maximum volume, it is such that v prime of x is equal to 0. Now this means 75 minus 3 over 4 x squared is 0. And this implies that 3 over 4 x squared is going to be equal to 75, which also implies that x squared is going to be 75 divided by 3 over 4 gives us 100. So we can say therefore x is going to be equal to, remember this is a length, it's going to be 10 units, but now this is centimeters. We need to say it. So we have found x. It's 10 centimeters. Or when we take the square root. Okay, so now we are good. We are good. We are good. We are good. We can say therefore maximum volume is going to be equal to the equation for volume. This is 75 into 10 minus 10 cubed divided by 4, which would be 75 into 10 minus 10 cubed over 4. This gives us 500 centimeter cubed. Okay, a very nice question there. So again, this is application of differential calculus, which is the essence of differentiation. Okay, we maximize and minimize things. Right, so we get a mark for this, we get a mark for that. Taking the derivative and equating it to 0, nice, 4 marks. So h there, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Where is the 7th mark? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Okay, maybe substitutions here, or maybe here. Otherwise, it doesn't matter, guys. 7 marks is in the bag, okay? In the bag, or even here. But I think the mark is quite heavy there. Yeah, it makes sense to give it here rather than elsewhere. But these can be considered for sure. Okay, so easy 7 marks. But this question can be horrible. Remember that in the trials, it kicks the face off. So be prepared, meaning for this section, master geometric figures, cylinders, prisms, you name them, cones, pyramids, whatever. Just master spheres and hemispheres. Just master all geometric figures to stay safe and know all the functions as well. So what I could say here for a student who is going to choke when this gets heavy, just know all geometric figures up to now, all that you have studied, and all functions studied. Because if you know these things, you're going to go very far and you're going to cruise. Because what challenges here is the functions and all of these. Of course, know a bit of trigonometry as well. Functions, and then we can add a spice of Euclidean geometry. Euclidean, plus trigonometry. Because this is excellent stuff. And of course, we cannot forget algebra, arithmetic, essentially everything, sequences and series. You may be finding yourself in trouble here. You can just say algebra. Let's just leave the arithmetic part and say and sequences. Or let's just say number patterns. Okay, please guys, to master this part, those sections need to be revised. This is where paper 2 issues tend to occur multiple times. But you could see that they can be brought anywhere. So do not sit back and wait for the bullet to face you before you duck and dive. You must already be ready to do that. Okay, this paper was quite long, but most of the questions are warm-up questions, so a student who knows what to do should not have found difficulty finishing it. But yeah, towards the end it could hurt. So this is why strategizing is important, choosing essentially the tougher questions. So skim and scan through the question paper and start with the tougher ones, so that you'll make sure you don't write, questions in a hurry that you're not comfortable with. You start with the ones that look a bit silly. You start spending time on those. Of course, economize. When the question becomes too elusive, you jump it. You go to the next. But what I often do, alternate between the harder questions and the easier questions, so that you don't lose time for both. Okay? Because then you can save time for even the hardest, so that you can do it still comfortable. Anyway, let's go. 10.1. We are told events A and B are such that probability of A is 0.4, probability of B is X, and probability of A or B is 0.5. Now we are supposed to determine the value of X for which the events are mutually exclusive. See, mutually exclusive events, it means the probability of A and B is 0, right? So we can use the addition rule. So we know that P of A or B is going to be P of A plus P of B minus, of course, just write the formula. Sometimes you may add it, you may not. It's optional, honestly speaking, at this stage. So this is 0.52 equals 0.4 plus X minus 0. You can say therefore X is going to be the difference there. So 0.52 minus 0.4. This is 0.12. Easy. As long as it's less than 1, you can take it. So this is 2 marks, guys. I feel this is the most important, and that. But again, if you did not add it, you would still get a mark for this situation by eliminating this part. Knowing that it does not exist is good enough, okay? So let's go. So 10.1.2, also make sure you label or at least number the questions as is given. If we're talking about independence, we're talking about the product rule. We know that P of A and B is going to be the product of P of A times P of B. Now we have a situation. We don't know P of A. You get it? Oh yeah. Okay, this is gonna work. It's fine. So we know that P of A and B is gonna be P of A times P of B. Kutheni ngathi ufuna siqala kabi? Ingathi asizukwazi uyisolva ke ngoku le. We're not gonna be able to solve. We can't solve it. But now if they are independent, this one is crazy, is it not? So if they are independent, it means there's going to be an intersection. Okay, so this is going to marry the two. Okay, all right, okay. I'm trying to think though, what is going on here? We are solving for x, so it means we still need the addition rule first. So we know that P of A or B is going to be P of A plus P of B minus P of A and B. This implies that 0,52 is equal to 0,4 plus x minus P of A and B. So if we isolate this, we know that P of A and B, so this is when we transpose this to that side and that to the other side. So this is going to be x minus, because when we say 0,4 minus 0,52, we get minus 0,12. Okay, so this is good. We can say then we know that this thing x, then we know that P of A and B is equal to P of A times P of B. So this means x minus 0,12 is 0,4 into x. This implies that x minus 0,12 is 0,4x. Okay, we move 0,4 there. It becomes 0,6x is equal to 0,12. Therefore, x we divide. Yeah, that was a crazy question. Not very obvious. 0,12 divided by 0,6. It gives us a 0,2. Okay. Simultaneous equations. So this then makes it a slightly naughty question. It leans towards higher grade. Okay. I can accept this. I can accept this. All right. Okay. All right. So I guess getting this dude is key. And perhaps substitutions and answer should be enough, knowing the rules. We follow the rules, comrades. Let's just do 10.2 on a complete new page. 10.2 says a school organized a winter camp for 120 learners. The learners were asked which hot beverage they prefer. They could choose from coffee, Milo, and tea. The following information was collected. 5 learners do not drink coffee, Milo, or tea. 10 learners drink only Milo. 8 learners drink da 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 da. Okay, sesiyayiva kanjalo. So we've got three things. So we need Venn diagram. We need a Venn diagram. Without it, kuzavele kube zinyembezi zeminyaka ezingafeze lutho. So we will try and do this thing. Okay, so this is what we have. So N here is 120. We need to know this. So we can say this is coffee, this is Milo, and this is tea. Now let's see. We start with the intersections. X learners drink coffee, Milo, and tea. So this means the intersection of all three is going to be X. All right? And then we come to the next intersections. We will be told that 66 learners drink coffee and tea. 66 learners drink coffee and tea. So this means this intersection as a whole is 66, but now it's going to be 66 minus X. So this is going to be 66 minus X, okay? Because that whole intersection should be 66 learners. And then 75 learners drink Milo and tea. So this intersection is Milo and tea, so it's 75. So this is going to be 75 minus X, okay? That small portion, because the entire intersection should be 75. Right, and then 6 learners drink only tea. Okay, that's easy. And then 35 learners do not drink tea. Okay, 18 learners drink only coffee. Sorry, 8 learners drink only coffee. Okay, 10 learners drink only Milo. Okay. 5 learners do not drink coffee, Milo, or what. So this means on the outside we have 5. Okay. So now we need to sort up that 35. These ones do not drink tea. So if they do not drink tea, it means they drink these ones do not drink tea, so it means they come here. Right, let's see if we add all these things up. Do we get 120? 5 plus 6 plus 75. I think there's something I did not check here. What about Milo and coffee? I feel like something is not right. That 5 is yo. Hey. 8 learners. Okay, these ones are easy. So we are good with this one. Good with this one. Only coffee. These are good. 6 learners drink only tea. We are good with that one. 66 learners drink coffee and tea. Yeah. Yeah, that's good. I'm happy with that. 75 learners drink Milo and tea. I'm also happy with that. X learners drink coffee, Milo, and tea, all three, okay? Then 35 learners do not drink tea. Yeah, I think this is fine. This is 35, not just 5. I would accept that. That should be fine. Yeah, that should be fine. That should be fine. Okay. All right, okay. Now we are done. It says draw a Venn diagram to represent. Okay, this is it. This is it. Sometimes it's not the question that will ask. Be in a position to do it as a means to an end. Okay. So that's it, guys. 3 marks. How do we score the 3 marks? Yeah. It's texting, is it not? It's texting. Let's just say 3 marks. I don't know where would these marks come from. But I think these ones were quite tricky. And the overall thing, I don't know. But again, you get 3 marks for the whole thing, guys. It's not a big deal. 10.2.2, we are told to determine the value of x. Okay, easy. We add all these things up. So what are we going to do? We know, guys, that 8 plus calculation plus 10 plus 35 plus x plus 66 minus x plus 75 minus x plus 6 plus 5 should give us 120. This one is just the annoying calculation. So what we have here is that these two take care of each other, and so we end up with minus x here is equal to, we add all these up and take them from 120. So this is 8 plus 35 plus 10 plus 66 plus 75 plus 6 plus 5 gives us 205. Therefore, x is going to be basically whatever we have. So it's 85. Okay, so this is 85 learners. Okay, nice and easy. So we get 1 mark. What? 2. Okay. Easy. 10.2.3. Determine the probability that a learner chosen at random drinks coffee and tea. Coffee and tea. Okay. Hey. Coffee and tea. Yeah, 85 lo. Ingathi zasichana kakhulu ke le coffee and tea. Kisilo manjwa lesena. I got this calculation looks wrong, eh? 8 plus 35 plus 10 plus 66 plus 75 plus 6 plus 5. 205 minus 120. 85. Why? Why do I feel like... yeah, something is not right, because the probability, guys, for someone who drinks coffee and tea. So coffee and tea is not gonna make sense the way it looks, because x should not be bigger than 66 and 75. Why is the mathematics now not mathematicking? I know I could feel it that something was not adding up. Something, but the answer is convincing, but now angisayiboni ke ngoku. Okay, probability that a learner chosen at random drinks coffee and tea. It's all this. It's all this. So I don't understand this question. It's killing me. It's really killing me. So we know and understand that those who drink coffee and tea, where are they, Ganen? Milo and tea, coffee and tea, it's 66. So just know that you're going to write probability of coffee and tea. We're going to take it as it is, 66 over 120. We're able to simplify. Yeah, this becomes 11 over 20. I'm not quite happy. Not at all. Not at all. Something is not right here. Something is not right. Okay. This one we can get right. Let's see, 10.2.4. It says, determine the probability that a learner chosen at random prefers at least 2 beverages. So it's all the intersections. But 1 mark. Yo. But I'm not happy here. I'm not quite happy, because this one is going to be 66 minus 85, which becomes negative. So I'm feeling like this is going to be minus 19 over 120. Okay, let's start. Let's see. I will just check it nicely. So we can say probability of event. Just don't want to say what it is. It's going to be minus 19 over 120 plus 85 over 120. It's all the intersections. That is plus 70. What is this? 75 minus 85. It's minus 10 over 120 plus 35 over 120. Therefore, probability of event taking place is going to be, okay, maskasibone, If it comes up negative, then we are dead. But if it comes up positive, I'll accept the answer as crazy as it looks. Because sometimes you get such questions. This gives us 91 over 120. Now, the other issue here, okay, let's not talk about issues. Let's leave it. Okay. So let's see 10.2.5. I'm not so sure, guys. These ones make me a bit scared. But let's see. The answer came up convincing. Now we need to see P, not C, or not T. Probability of not C. You can say C prime. Or perhaps let's write it the way it's indicated. Not C and not T. Okay. This one. Just a moment. Alright guys, so I am back. Just got distracted a bit. And had to go to the bathroom as well. So, we want the probability of not C and not T. So not C and not T. If it is not C, that means none of these guys here. Right? And also none of these guys. So this is going to be 10 plus 5 over 120. Which is, so let's see, it gives us 1 over 8. Alright, but I have a bit of a situation, guys. We did not win here. So of course, if it is not C, it means it's none of these ones. All of them actually. And it should be none of these ones also. So it means it's just going to be 10 and 5, okay? So the last one is fine. I don't think the answer will be messed with by anything. So we get a mark for that. But my problem is these ones. We don't get negative probabilities. So I think we need an address of that situation. So we need to address that situation. And it means this answer, you see this answer and this answer are incorrect. At least those two. Those are the ones we need to sort out. Now let's go back, guys. So, sometimes these questions are problematic because these are low-key higher grade questions, because once you miss the key, it's over. So we already know, guys, we are likely wrong here. Although the answer looks convincing, it's not quite. So we need to get rid of it and try again. At least the others, I don't think we have an issue with them. So these dudes, damn it, man. Where's guys? Benafuna uthatha ixesha elide yazi ukwenza liphepha. Ngoku it's getting to 4 hours, but ke guys, revision. So sayithini revision iyacaphukisa. ngoba indawo ezingekho clear funeka siziclearishe. Okay, we need to clear the unclear, brighten the dim. Okay, now guys, we need to go back. Yes, we need to go back. I think we need to first sort up this thing. I think our problem is, okay, let's just start all over. Sometimes, you know, these things are just troublesome. We know what we know, but yeah, if we not. First, 5 learners do not drink coffee, Milo or tea. So this means it's 5 outside, okay? 10 learners drink only Milo. So this is this part. 8 learners drink only coffee. That part. And then 35 learners do not drink tea. Okay, actually we should have started here with the intersections. So we know X takes all of them. And then we're told 75 learners drink Milo and tea. So Milo and tea is this intersection right here. So if that is 75 in total, that small space is going to be 75 minus X. Okay, we're still good. Of course, we remove this. And then we are told 66 drink coffee and tea. Again, this is this intersection. So it means this is going to be 66 minus X. We can remove the friend. Now, we've covered everything else, but the problem seems to lie here, as we suspected anyway in the first place, that we're probably not doing this correctly. So 35 learners do not drink tea. Person petit, say Pele. 35 do not. So technically, this, I think, because we're getting an answer that is bigger. X cannot be bigger than 66 and should not be. So we know that X, whatever it is, it should be less than 75. In fact, it's less than 65, the smallest 66. Because if it is greater than any of the two, then those values don't make sense, you know. Qha ngokandazi sayiphendula kanjani yewena thingathi ufuna undilibazisa yabona ndiyadikwa ke ezi questions ezinje kanti nenza ntoni nani nabuza imibuzo emininzi kangaka. Hey guys, come on. Yeah, look, what are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? I think the key is on that statement. What can we say about this one, guys? Do not, meaning they don't touch it at all. If we look here, this guy, these guys, and that guy actually don't drink tea. Is it possible that we're adding all of them? I think so, and they should add up to 35. Let's try and see what we get for X. If we get X in this correct parameter, then we know we are doing something better, because I am a bit unhappy with the answer we have. Let's see, we will say 35 minus 8 minus whatever that is. Let's put it as Y perhaps. And then minus 10 minus 5. Okay, what am I doing? We know that that Y should be 35, the total of the ones that don't drink tea, minus the 8 minus whatever 10 minus 5. So this is 25 minus 5, that's 20. 20 minus 8, that's 12. So Okay, this is much smaller. So if we say that number is 12, okay, looks promising. It will definitely drop the value, but let's see what do we get. So we know that 8 plus 12 plus 10 plus x plus 66 minus x plus 75 minus x. They are 6, so this is incomplete, okay? Plus 6 plus 5 should give us 120. And of course, we know that this will take care of that. So we end up with minus x equal to, let's take it from 120, minus the sum of 8 plus 12 plus 10 plus 66 plus 75 plus 6 plus 5. This is minus 62. So we can tell that x should be 62. Okay? Yes. Can you see 62 is smaller than 66? 62 is smaller than 66. Then we can accept that answer. So this is 62 from the calculation. Okay. Sazi bafethu nanizobona kwimemo bangabe ndithethe inyongo nanizozibonela ukuthi ithini memorandum. Hayi. Ngenye ixesha zikhe zindikhalele nam njengani. To mess up. It's easy to mess up these questions, so you need to be very awake. These are questions that seek a lot of logic from a student, you know. So technically, this is a higher grade question. It's not that simple, yeah? And of course, this one becomes standard grade. So the key to this is that 10.1. If it's wrong, then we are dead. Okay, we can give ourselves the 2 marks there, hoping that everything is fine. Let's see the next one. We need to find the probability that a learner chosen at random drinks coffee and tea. Yeah, coffee and tea is this entire intersection. So we know that we should have 66 students in total there. Okay. So that's fine. So it's going to be just that intersection over 120, the total. And so the answer there is good. And then this one, determine the probability that a learner chosen at random prefers at least 2. So it's going to be all the intersections. So this is going to be, you can just say probability of event, whatever that is. It's going to be 12 over 120 because this is 2 of them. We add 62 over 120 plus, now those ones are going to change as well. 66 minus 62 is just 4. And so that one, 75 minus 62 is 13. Okay, so this is going to be 4 over 120 plus 13 over 120. Turning at if not to the question, guys, and this is my last draw for this question. I will not have the patience for doing it again. So guys, if the bochile probability and man, and I need a peace. This question doesn't give me peace, man. I still get 91 over 120. Yeah, man. We got the same thing, you know. That means, but what I guess, as much as we got the answer, we're probably gonna just get the mark for the answer because I can't. It wasn't gonna work, eh? 12 divided by 120, cutting the p in the plus 62 over 120 plus 13 over 120 plus 4 over 120. Yeah, it's 91 over 120. I think we got something like that. Sayikhumbulile answer. We'll see. Alright guys, if you're going lena siwaziphinde ibe yiyo ne. Yeah. So this was, it's even worse, it's just 1 mark guys. Like andiyiva kakuhle leyon. Andiyivisisisi kakuhle. 1 mark isipane singaka. Anyway guys, let's just accept that we are done, whether we are not. Send lambile. I'm hungry and tired of doing this question paper. We were cruising nicely. I don't know why this question is panel beating me, so yeah. So yeah, bafowethu, it's like this, ne? It's like that, not C. Into engengo you see payan. Wait, not C, yeah. Is that 10 plus 5? Oh no, we forgot this guy. Goodness, we forgot this dude. It's also not C, this one. But it's part of T. I'm continuing. Yeah, P of not C. La 10 nala 5 abangaphandle. Yeah, that's the one. So if it is not C and not, oh, wait. And it's not O. Shit. That's bad. Okay. The question I don't like it. So now it's gonna be the complement of those two, right? If it is not C and not T, so it should be the complement. So this is gonna be the complement of P of C and T, right? It should be the complement. All right, let's work it out. I can see now where the 2 marks come from. So we will say this is going to be 1 minus the probability of C and T, right, which is going to be 1 minus. Now what is that probability of C and T? This is 62. By the way, it's 66, which is what we have over there. So it's 11 over 20, which should give us something. 1 minus 11 over 20 this is 9 over 20. Ne? Is that so? Hey, the question got guys. There's something. Hey, hi. Ayuthando. Nebhetri lam liyaphela. Hayi kodwa guys, I think no. Ndiyabhayiza ngo. Sendiyabhayiza. But this thing has a memo, guys. So please find it. And check. I think here I'm panicking. If it is not C, it's gonna be this one. It's gonna be this one and that one. So I feel like no, man. Ndiyabhayiza. Complement doesn't get down. So this should be 10 plus 5, ne? So cela niyocheck imemo ke bafethu in case ndibhayizile yonke lento. Let's simplify that. This is 1/8, okay? And of course we can show this as a percentage, we can show this as whatever. Khona into nje ke niphazamisayo ngoba I think nendlala seyidlala ngam. But yeah, guys, I do believe we corrected these ones because now the calculations make some sense. But please do double check these ones in the memo. I am not so sure if ndibona kahle, but I think so. Sometimes ingqondo yami icime nje, icime izibane kube mnyama kude tsu. Yabona, so sike zinikhalele folks. But this is the best I can do for you guys, and I do hope you will enjoy this video. Of course, please correct the guy where he may have gone wrong. Sometimes, as you can see, these questions are quite overwhelming. So to get stuff done here can be quite a challenge. But I do believe you've been able to follow every step of the way. And hoping that you will use these opportunities, guys, to practice this very same paper. Sometimes try to do parallel calculations to the ones I did, just to see how well you're going to do, okay? Because that is what matters. You just need to be able to see. Is there any other technique, Of course, I may have made some mistakes, as you can see at times. I'm not so sure of myself. I don't know why I injected doubt, but yeah. I'm normally very confident, but sometimes, talking for too long, 4 hours, it's not that easy, guys. It's easier to answer these questions in an exam situation than to talk through the solutions the entire 4 hours without taking a break. Anyway, folks, I hope you're gonna give the video a thumbs up. You guys need to open it. You just watch and not like. I don't know why you're doing that. Like, even if you hate it, just throw a like there to help someone else who's gonna like. Ne? It's for the students, guys. It's not for me. I don't benefit anything from these videos except you, the students, benefiting. So think of others. Don't worry about me. Anyway, have a good one, guys. We need to resume our revision session. I will find time. If I do tonight, I will let you guys know in the group so that we can start revision, especially functions. So in our revision, we're going to look at functions, especially from all the provinces. Please find those papers from the provinces for June, okay, the June exams. Because guys, trust me, the trial is never going to be that different. Of course, it's going to be those questions upgraded to some extent. Usually the tough ones become a lot tougher. Okay, but it's not always going to be every question is tough. But the portions that are tough are going to be really asking something from you. So a proper revision will ensure that you are ready to deal with whatever comes in the trial paper. Okay, so that you can feel where you're going in the finals. All right, guys, so we need to do that. So we need to start working on functions and then quickly switch gears to essentially probability and financial math. But I think also optimization can be a challenge. So we need to try and exhaust ourselves there on different flavors of questions from the past, including the recent, May, June exams from different provinces. Please do get a copy of those question papers. If you know anyone who's a teacher in any one of the provinces, please ask them to at least get you those copies, because sometimes they're not available on STEM or physics. They're also not available on essay exam papers. This is usually where I get these papers. Some random sites sometimes do get the question papers I need, but sometimes students send these to me. So yeah, that's it guys for that review. I hope you enjoyed question 8, which was a bit silly and tricky-ish, and this question 5 at the end, was a bit naughty. Yep. Otherwise the rest was easy. Okay, that question 2 as well. Perhaps 2.1.4 is a naughty question, and that 1.3. So there was enough difficult and easy questions in this. Otherwise guys, I should see you next time. Goodbye.